Hello. Hi, hi. How you doing? Well, I'm stuck. I'm not stuck anymore. Hi. Welcome. Hi, Dan. Early drink? I will. Just a moment. So, I hope you are doing it. Welcome in. So last night I went to badminton, right? I made sure that I prepared everything right. Yes, I prepared like my water, my racket, my the things that's needed for badminton, right? And then the most important thing, water, right? I brought water, or at least I thought I did, but it turns out I was wrong because I did. Right? Hi, Zio. Does Kobo want 3 tour? Always. A 3 tour sounds good. Oh yeah, and then the hi Brian, the water, right? Turns out the water bottle is in my car, and then I didn't realize that until I went to the badminton court. I was like, where my water? Ayo, watch how my water gone, right? And then it's like, oh. So I'm being well because I thought I didn't bring water, so I went to the grocer, right? That's inside the badminton court. I went there, fucking inside the entire fridge, like in the entire fridge, it's only Dasani. I was so angry too. It's like, why is it only Dasani? Like, there's so many different kinds of water out there that tastes way better than fucking Dasani. The fucking Spritzer, Momo, Ice Mountain, like all of them are good. Why does honey on everything? I'm being forced to, well, forced to, right? with the biggest quotation mark, forced to buy a bottle of Dasani. I was very upset already, right? So, at least during the badminton session, it was very fun. Hi, Drinker Colony. It was very fun, right? The entire badminton session. We also play a little bit of like Pokemon card battle for a bit, right? It's really fun. And then once I got back to my car, and I saw my water bottle in the car, and I'm looking at this Dasani right here. It's right here, right? You cannot see it, but fucking Dasani. It tastes like metal, you know, like those cents that you got, the money cents. Yeah, metal. I don't like it. But hey, at least I got extra bottle of water in my room now. I'll take it. And shows to drink a picture of me. Check your DM. Ooh, is it something spicy? Oh, it's not spicy. It's very nice. It's just something about dragons and loincloth. It's always so good. How are you? I'm doing pretty good, right? I actually ate a little bit too much breakfast. Well, right, lunch, right? Lunch. It's already what? What am I kidding? It's already 12. So I ate lunch too much, so I'm feeling a little bit eepy, but the good kind of eepy though, right? You know, when you eat too much and then you feel sleepy, that kind of sleepy, yeah. That's why I hope you're doing good. Oh, another thing, right? You might have noticed the redeem part has a lot of new ones, right? That's because I sort of just remake pretty much all the redeems that is working with Streamerbot, because I need to remake all the redeems for Firebot. So I did just that. That's why you might see a lot of new redeems right there, but they pretty much behave the same, right? But one or two new ones in there. I have made a decision to speak Balkan English instead of just straight up Chinese, right? So when you redeem that, you will not hear me speak like this. I will speak like this one. If you want to hear me speak like this for 2 minutes, can. I can speak like this for you. At least you guys can understand a bit lah, right? Like it's a little bit different. The flair is there, right? Because I realize when I speak like entirely Chinese, it's a little bit off-putting to the stream. So I kind of like, why not just change my speech behavior and that's good enough, right? Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. So not all, but most of the redeems should work as intended, I hope. Thank you, Firebot. Thank you, Nexus, right? I have, ooh, wait. Whoa, this chat overlay looks really cool though. Oh, sorry, not chat overlay. This is... Oh, wait, I've never seen this before. It's an old piece though. Still good. Look at this, look at this. Let me become smaller real quick. This is cool. I never look. They all show up with the profile picture and everything. This is so cool. Wow, I like it. Ooh, ooh. So cool. But yeah, I'm using Firebot now instead of Streamerbot. Streamerbot is too advanced to my Streamerbot is too advanced for my brain. I don't think I'll make it work as good, right? A Firebot has a lot of like the preset things that I can use. So with that, I can also do a lot of things that Streamerbot can, but a lot easier. And it seems to me that Firebot uses just a tiny bit less memory than Streamerbot. Just a tiny bit less. To my understanding, to my observation, right? I've seen just a little bit. Right? It doesn't matter much, but maybe just that little bit helps a little bit, right? You never know. So yeah, and of course there's like a lot of things that I can do with Firebot. I've seen, right? So last night after badminton, I went home. It was about 11 PM already, and then I was like, oh, I need to look into Firebot. And then I was remaking all the redeems possible from Streamerbot to Firebot, right? And then I was doing that, like, and then I checked the time. It's 3 again. Fucking, I slept at 3:30 in the morning again. I'm okay though, right? I'm totally okay. I had 2 big cups of coffee, and I think that's pretty good. I think that's good enough, right? I think that's gonna keep me awake for a bit. At least enough for me to do the terms and stuff. So yeah, let's play some riff or turn that called Kobo Dancer. So yesterday I was stuck at the funky something, right? The jazzy one, the one that's really difficult. And I want to beat that today. I'm gonna beat that today. Okay, let me close the things here. Open up this one. I didn't practice though yesterday. What if I cannot get past the music? Oh, what if though? I'm a little bit concerned because I didn't practice yesterday. It should be fine though. But at least I feel productive before I sleep, yep. Right? I look at that, it works. Also, hi Evie. Necrodancer. What am I looking at? Oh, that's a spooder? I thought it's like a very extra long snowman that's looking on top. But it's a spooder. Cool emote. The classic emote. Right, I'm gonna put my keyboard somewhere else so that I don't hurt my hand like yesterday I did. I'm gonna put it here so that my hand doesn't hurt. Well, here as in on top of my thighs. I think that's pretty good, right? Oh, Confuncula! Yeah, fuck. Do you think I need a warm-up? I mean, this one is always a good warm-up. Let's do it. I like warming up.
What the?
What the? Good to see Cutie Boat stream. Wow. It's always good to see y'all as well. Makes me feel very happy and special. I feel special every time. Did you know that? Okay, before I start though, there's a little bit things I want to share actually. There are a few. I mean, I've been watching YouTube, right? And I've been watching some Counter-Strike content creator, right? But then they suddenly talk about, like, you know, streaming on Twitch and how do you get like a viewer base, and without a viewer base you would not be able to like prosper in anything, or you wouldn't make it, right? I can kind of see that, right? Since for me, I actually started with no one, right? No one knows me. I started as like no one. How do I say this? I don't. I mean, my family knows, but they don't care, right? They hated me for it back then. And I don't tell my family that I do stream. I don't tell my friend. I don't tell my friends and all. So no one knows that I'm doing streaming back then. I'm so ashamed. I'm so ashamed to say that, hey, I'm doing this stream. Would you like to stop by and maybe watch a little bit? I cannot do that. Even now, I cannot do that. And I was like, I'm here now, though, right? Albeit not a big viewer base, I understand, but it's something that I care about deeply. And I think that's very special. I think that is so special to me, and I love that. That's why I mean it. I really mean it when I say you guys make me feel special. Like, I really do. It's real.
3, 2,
The feeling
1,
is
let's rock.
real. So, thanks.
I'm on fire. Bring on. In the zone. Awesome.
Weapon part.
All right. On a roll.
Did you know this is my favorite music? One too many.
Now we're talking.
One too many again. 5 Kobo licks to the face. I'll take it. No A.
Gotta keep trying.
I think I got a. Yeah, I think I got a. Oh, I'm so early though. Yeah, I realized the timing is not right. I'm always too early. Let me change the calibration real quick. It's a gameplay calibration. It should be manual calibration. If I'm always too early, I need to lower the audio latency? Question mark? No, or the video latency. Why not I do a calibration test again? Just for the, yeah.
3, 2, 1, let's rock!
Yeah, almost too early.
Not quite right. Let's try again.
40? Oh, that's perfect. Okay. The calibration test is like magical. What a wizard. Hi, Sandy. Welcome. Alright, let's do it. We're back in Confuncula.
Hey.
How's Hef doing?
Well...
He's trying his best. That bad, huh?
3, 2,
Alright.
1, let's rock! Splendid!
I forgot.
I'm on fire! Magical! In the zone. Right on. Excellent! Oh dear.
I already
Almost
forgot.
had it.
I already forgot how to play this. Oh, I play bring. Keep them bones nice and stretchy. Very important. I need to. I gotta link. This one's really tough. I'm so sad that I have to drink this honey. Why does it have to be this honey though? Thank you, plate bringer. Alright, let's try again. How you? Me good. Me feeling
3,
eepy but
2,
good.
1, go!
I still don't understand how that one works.
All right. On a roll.
Okay.
Splendid. Awesome. Magical. Right. On a roll. Excellent. Right on. I won't give up.
It's so hard.
way.
I don't remember. It's so difficult. Looking forward to tomorrow. Ooh, what's happening tomorrow? Well, if it's something personal, I don't want to pry, but hey, something to look forward to is always nice. Also, hi, Dinophos.
Three, two, one, let's go.
Oh, really?
Amazing. I'm on fire. Splendid. Now we're talking. Hang in there. In the zone. Now we're talking. Magical. Don't
Oh, it's so hard, I cannot keep up. Does the Kobo want a 3-toy? Yeah, always. A 3-toy is always good. I want... The best 3-toy is a gem. Gem, good crunch, nice minerals,
3, 2, 1, bring it on.
and shiny. Very nice.
Splendid. On a roll. Excellent.
I pressed too much, I guess. Tomorrow is Valentine. Oh, it's today! Right, because time zone.
Amazing. All right. Oh no, Cadence. Keep it together. Back in the groove. Awesome. Splendid. That hurts. That's it. I'm on fire. Ah. Oh dear.
I'll take it. I'll take it. It was shit, but I'll take it. Hey, you see, it's good enough.
Okay, getting there.
How about something soft and squishy instead? That one has to depend on what it is, though. There's something soft and squishy. I can only think of meat. What kind of meat would that be? Not sure if my BF and I really have anything huge planned for Valentine's, but it's still something to look forward to. It's always nice. I never had a I never really had a relationship, but hey, if you're able to spend time with your loved ones, it's always nice. A smile for the camera. Finally, we can continue the story.
Oh no!
It's gone from bad to worse. Everything is falling apart. What is it now? Was it that annoying duo again? Ah. Hef's publicist hired a photographer to get some headshots to promote the exhibition. But the photographer didn't show up for the shoot. Oh no.
That's right.
That's right. We made sure your photographer was too tied up to make it. You should thank us. We're doing poor Hef a favor to prevent him from embarrassing himself again. We'll be attending the much larger gallery Ebony across the street. Along with everyone else who has good taste in art.
Later, sugar.
F should just cancel its opening now. What a dickhead. Check this vault. Oh. Is there a gummy zeal? Oh my god. A gummy zeal. And Merlin, this is very similar to what happened with Dove and Gummy Bomb. I think those two are working with the Rift.
I see.
Oh, I see. That will make sense. I bet they're trying to stop Hef from spreading joy with his art. We can't let them win. We still need those headshots, and Hef has an old camera we can use.
Zap!
But you know what happens whenever I touch something technological? Zap. Can you help us conjure up some photos, Cadence? Ugh. Minigame! Hell yeah! Oh. Hef needs help. That's where you enter the frame. When you see the down arrow, tap down on the next beat to snap a photo. And try doing it correctly 3 times, okay?
Get ready, pose!
Ooh!
Get ready, pose!
Ooh!
Get ready, pose!
Yeah! Merlin also wants you to get some close-ups. When you see an up arrow, press up to zoom in, then press down to take the picture. Let's see if you can snap 3 close-ups.
Zoom in for the close-up. Zoom in for the close-up. Zoom in for the close-up.
Yeah! Yo, Hef is looking cool. Looks like you get the picture. Now go get some great shots and we'll see what develops. Okay, let's try.
3, 2, 1, go! Get ready, pose! Get ready, pose!
Yeah!
Ready, pose!
Ooh!
Get ready, pose! That's great! Get ready, pose! Get ready, pose! Good job! Zoom for close-up.
Oh.
Close-up.
I pressed the wrong button.
Zoom for close-up. Okay.
Ooh!
Ready, pose! Ready, pose! That's great! Pose! 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 Ready, pose! Ready, pose! That's great! Pose! Pose! Zoom for close-up! Close-up! Close-up!
Ooh!
Pose! Get ready, pose! Great!
Ooh! I missed one. There was one sad picture.
Oh yeah!
Oh yeah, easy. I should have watched Freyren at work. What are you like? You cannot help but binge watch it now? Oh, I can play Overthinker! I know this music from the demo. Hi, Roxas. It's you! I knew you were working with the Rift. 13 minutes and I'm sobbing? What? Only 13 minutes? Holy shit. I would cry in 1 minute then if it takes 30 minutes for you. I cry too easily.
Oh, honey.
Bravo! Let's see how you respond to this Queen's Gambit.
3, 2, 1, let's rock! good. I know I can do it.
I forgot the first part.
3, 2, 1, go! Come on, Cadence.
Wait, I
try
forgot
that
the first part. I forgot about the. Isn't the first part just like ta 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 single
Three,
beat?
2, 1, bring it on! Right on!
I forgot that one as well. Don't watch the first 13 minutes. I want to see if Sob is streamed too. No, I don't watch anime at all.
3, 2, 1, let's go!
Okay.
On a roll! Awesome! Gotta focus.
Oh shit.
Okay. I'm on fire!
I don't know how that works.
In the zone. Now we're talking. I won't give up. That's better. All right. Now we're talking. Not good.
Okay. I don't cry alone. Oh, and it's about post-adventure story where they defeated the Demon Lord. We follow the story of an elf. First episode and it's already her party member passing over. What? No, something like that would make me cry. I cannot. No, I'm not watching that. Hi, Muffin. Why did it get so fast? I don't know. I think that part is there. I just don't remember.
3, 2, 1, go!
That's fun though.
Right on.
I don't understand this one.
Awesome. On a roll. Right on.
Okay, here we go.
Keep it together.
Oh! wait, let's practice that one. I like it. Oh, thanks for headband. I didn't see it.
3, 2, 1, bring it on.
How's it going, Tira? Everything is going pretty well, I would say. We'll start from... I mean, it's pretty much at the end, right? So we start from 400, I think? 400 at the end. There, okay. No, it's too far. 350. Can I post it in the Discord? You mean the picture you sent to me? Of course! Of heckin' course, it's Strugglin.
Now we're talking. All right.
Oh my god. Oh my god, more pit.
In the zone. I'm on fire.
They might be monsters, but you're a beast!
One more time. More pit. Oh, the padding and everything should work now. Yeah. I fixed it.
On a roll. All right.
Yes! Impressive!
don't know if I can do it though. It's so hard.
Just like how we do it back home.
Now we're talking.
Okay. I should be able to do it now. Let's do it. Hiya. I've tested. Taking my seal of approval. Thank you.
Oh, honey.
Oh.
3, 2, 1, let's rock!
They don't follow my snoot though. It's okay.
Awesome! Right on! On a roll! Awesome! In the zone. Now we're talking. I'm on fire! All right!
Don't understand that one's too.
On a roll! Not good. Now we're talking.
Okay, that practice paid off. Almost died there though. Had enough?
Are you serious?
Oh, you think you've won?
Don't be silly.
I was only buying time, you fool. Checo metal. Yikes. That's okay, the whole Kobo deserves boops. True. I mean, a Dragon Ball should be like a...
I'm game for another.
A Dragon Hall should be like the entire... A whoop should be the entire body of a Kobo. I cannot... Words doesn't form, help! GG, hi Lazla. GG, that was fun. The Queen's Gambit.
What happened?
Look at this place, what happened? Merlin, are you here? The exhibition is today, where could they be? I got trashed.
Poor dear.
That is true. Yeah, hey, good luck, thank you. Oh, I this game a lot, but I haven't done any impossible yet. I'm really good. It's all like I play a little. I play quite a bit of demo, and it helps a lot. And also, I'm just very stubborn and keep trying. You can do it too, I believe. But also, thank you. This wannabe artist won't be going anywhere today. We finally got him to hit the rock bottom. Don't worry, we won't hurt him. We just need to restrain him for a while. That's funny. I was just thinking that I should stop restraining myself. I've had enough of you. Your cadence is pissed. This one I need to play medium again? Well, no, let's go impossible. I don't know how this boss fight is going to be. Is it gonna be punch out again? Oh, it is. Oh no. Well, let's see what can I do then.
Oh my. 3, 2, 1, go! Did that sting? Pay attention. Poor thing. Give it up.
Oh no.
Tired. Don't bother. Give it
Was
up.
it not there? Oh, hiya. Yeah, I need medium first to see what they do, and then I can retry impossible, because I have no idea what they're doing. I need to know the pattern, and then I can play impossible.
Eyes on me. 3, 2, 1, go! Tisk tisk.
Okay.
No, really.
Oh, that's so weird. I don't get it. Oh, what situation I can counter attack?
Kneel.
3 units and then I can counter attack? Yeah, it must be 3. After 3 I can...
Submit.
So they can attack double time. Oh, she tried to hit me as well? Okay. Oh my god. How would I know though? Okay, so I don't know what pawn that is that has double beat. The hit. The rest is pretty much just like one dodge, and I have to dodge pretty much at the. I have to dodge at the opposite side most of the time.
Nothing to it.
Time to learn.
Oh,
Oh, all right. We resign. We'll leave you and your friends alone. So, please don't hurt us. We didn't want to have to do any of this at all.
but why?
Then why did you do it? Can't you control your own moves? If only it were that simple. Oh, Nocturna. Tusk. Okay, let's try Impossible. Let's see if I learn anything at all.
Bow down. 3, 2, 1, go! Oh. Oh my.
Okay, I don't understand this one.
Tired.
Oops.
Poor thing.
I mean, if they always use this pawn, it should be easy, right? But I cannot bet on that.
That's it. Don't bother. That hurt.
It's so fast.
Tired.
Oh, that one is so fast. It's so slow. Oh my god. Yeah, no. It was so difficult. Alright, let's keep trying. The bolt in hopes they'll cover the face with paws. I mean, one boop is pretty much the whole body.
3, 2,
I like it.
Eyes on me.
Oh my god, how do you react to that? Too early. Four beat.
Enough. Tired.
Down for a second. Okay. Oh yeah. Okay.
Don't bother.
Oh. I'm just the best.
Of all people.
I'm just the best. Let's go. That was actually kind of cool. I like it. A B, I'll take it.
Just warming up.
Good enough.
Oh, but why?
Alright, time for Nocturna. Did you know Nocturna is my favorite character to play in Crypt of the Necrodancer? Now you know. Because at first I get the saber that I can...
Oh my god.
I can, you know, parry from round start. It's pretty nice. Oh my god, here's my phone number?
Dove!
Dove! Oh, what?
Hello?
Hello? Why are you calling me? Oh, it's you. I must have butt dialed you. I'm hanging up. Wait, don't you want to know where to find your other friends? You mean there are more of my friends in this place? Well, I don't think you've met before, but she's someone I think you get along with. You're both brainless and stubborn after all. She's a vampire though.
What?
You're trying to introduce me to a vampire? Oh, don't be such a baby. Look, I still don't trust you, and now you're sending me to see a vampire. I admit that you helped us last time, but you're probably just laying some elaborate trap. If this was a trap, would I have told you that she's a vampire? I suppose not, but how can I get you to trust me? Actually, I have an idea. We're going on patrol. Oh! Can I see the beans? Only for a bit. In 2K? In 2K?
What?
What are you up to? If you're really on our side, you help me fight this battle. Fine, let's get this over with. I only have 20 minutes left on my break. Poor Necrodancer, come on!
3, 2, 1, let's rock!
Oh. Wait, what? Oh my
I'll
god.
win next time.
1 second, that is mind fuckery. I like it. Mind fuckery, wow.
3, 2, 1, bring it on! I'm on fire! Right on! In the zone.
Ooh, what?
Gotta figure this out.
At least it's slow and I can kind of react to things, but a lot of triplets here. They really like the triplets. It's not really triplet, they're playing with red and blue.
Go! Awesome!
That's power.
Come on, Cadence.
Not bad. What happened?
Oh my god. Oh, the pangolins are really hard.
3, 2, 1, let's go!
One is tut tut.
On a roll!
Seriously?
Oh, so it's up, 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 left, right, out, left, right. Up, up, left plus right, out, left plus right. Tut, 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 tut.
3, 2, 1, go! Now we're talking. All right. Gotta focus.
Get up.
Okay, what is that? What is that? I'll retry a few more times and then I'll go to practice mode.
3, 2, 1, bring it on! In the zone. Right on. I'm on fire.
Excellent. Get a hold of yourself.
What the fuck is that?
I won't give up.
Not like this.
Oh, oh, it's left, and then left plus up, and then up, and then up plus right. Oh my god! Total mind fuckery. I love it.
3, 2, 1, let's rock! In the zone.
Impressive. That's how it's done.
I can't give up.
I think the yellow pangolin on the left is like very consistent. Consistent left. So I just need to look at the up and right. Okay, okay.
3, 2, 1, go!
That's power.
Awesome! Come on, Cadence. On a roll. Gotta focus. I'm not done yet.
Not like this. Okay, keep it up. That was embarrassing.
Brief, everything is fine. That is. Why do I feel like this is even harder? Is it just me? I feel like this one is way harder. I mean, for my brain, I guess. But I'm already halfway there, so maybe not. This one hurts my brain now.
1, bring it on! All right. Right on.
Impressive.
Oh, okay.
Now we're talking.
hold of yourself.
Oh,
Not quitting yet, are you?
nope. This is tough. Super tough, this one.
3, 2, 1, let's go! In the zone.
Score! Score!
I'm on fire!
Impressive!
Awesome! Not good.
Ah, yeah, I missed one bone. I saw that.
3, 2, 1, let's rock! On a roll!
Excellent!
All right! Right on!
What happened? Seriously?
Oh, is it not? Oh, this is really difficult. I think my brain struggles at pangolin beat. The triplet is either like 1/3 or 1 second. It's like really hard. Hi, Devin. Oh my god, it's been a while. Hope you're doing good. Welcome, welcome.
3, 2, 1, go! Now we're talking. I'm on fire!
That's how it's done.
Awesome!
Right? The first speed empty. Hiya. Alright, all good. Bit of a cleaners, like definitely. Press more buttons. If I press more though.
3, 2,
If I press
1,
more,
bring
I'll
it
get
on.
locked out.
In the zone.
Excellent.
On a roll. I'm on fire.
What happened?
Phew. Not good. How about a do-over?
Oh, I think I was so close though. Bite, 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 bite. But Jay, you are 10 times my size. One single bite is already gone. Hi, Jay. Jay, look, I'm still playing Impossible.
3, 2, 1, let's rock.
I'm still playing Impossible. I'm stubborn. I'm stubborn.
Impressive.
All right. Now we're talking. In the zone.
That's how it's done.
Awesome.
Give it up.
I won't give up. more like it. Right on.
Not like this.
Time for a rematch.
So I'm happy by biting to the beat. You know what? That helps a lot. more things for reference to the beat. The pangolin is gonna be the end of me.
3, 2, 1, let's go!
They are so cute though. Look at them.
Now we're talking. I'm on fire!
Good. Excellent.
Alright! Come on, Cadence, let's go!
Get a hold of yourself.
I forgot the second one. It's so hard to keep track of the same enemy for like
3,
triplets.
2, 1, go!
Feels weird.
Awesome!
Impressive.
On a roll! In the zone!
Oh, I forgot the space. I'm slowly getting hang of pangolins now, right? I know it's very slow, but
bring it
hey,
on.
I'm slowly getting there.
On a roll! Awesome!
done. Seriously?
Keep it together.
Ugh, is that all you've got?
So that part, I think I need to practice the...
3, 2, 1, let's go!
Should be around... I'll put 70 to 150. Might not be a lot because this music is a little bit slower.
That's how it's done!
Right on!
Now that's 110%!
I'm on fire!
Ching chong ching chong ching. Wow, okay, you want broken English can. I speak broken. Hi, not Alex. I speak broken English with you. It's okay, you guys can still understand one. Might feel a little bit weird lah, but it's still English, ma ho. Been a while, Alex. How you doing? The triple one really fucked me up always. I don't understand.
Looking swole!
Right on!
That's how it's done!
That part so damn hard. Back check Don't know how to beat that one already. Back check. What do you mean no more Chinese? Like see if I speak Chinese you all sure cannot understand one ma. Like too many people cannot understand. I feel like it's a little bit like people, I don't know. It's a little bit off-putting lah. So that's why I just be like spoken English, so also can, no?
Now we're talking.
Now that's 110%!
In the zone.
Just like how we do it back home!
Awesome!
Oi. You go and beat that part? Can I? Never seen this game look crazy in a good way. I play on the impossible level one, so it looked a little bit crazy one. But I think that there's still like medium. There's also got hard one also can play lah. But I don't know why I want to play impossible. Maybe I think fun I think fun so I play impossible lor. Also can one lah. See, got easy, medium, hard. But then I don't know why I just play impossible. I think it's fun to be honest. You can beat that part easy. Oh, you say easy lor. Hayo. In my opinion, there's a skill issue on that part. Just learn cheese. Just learn Chinese. I love my Chinese.
3, 2, 1, let's go.
Okay, try again. I think can one.
All right. On a roll. Right on. All right.
That's how it's done.
I'm on fire.
That's power. Impressive. Good.
Now we're talking.
Excellent.
easy 啦，係呀。
There.
Wow. The pangolin, once I get used to it, it's pretty fun, not gonna lie. Okay, this chart, tell me. Cheese. Jeez. This chart is absolutely garbage. Why? It's so fun though. No, sorry. Garbage. But why though? I personally think it's pretty fun. What is... Okay. Ayya. Learn ma. It's okay one. It's at what, 180th? 180th is fine.
I
It's
guess.
okay. There, are you satisfied? Unfortunately. I'll tell you where to find the stubborn vampire.
Delightful.
This is really fun though. Not gonna lie. Well, once you get used to the pangolin
Let's
beat,
do this again.
it's so fun to like play this chart. But you know, 180th can go fuck themselves. At the same time I can kind of relate. Not gonna lie. Must go practice more. Go practice. Be like Ling Ling 24, 40 hour a day. Is this really the right place?
Let's go!
Let's go inside and find out.
What?
Who are you two? How did you get past my assistant? I told her I do not want to be disturbed. Your lovely assistant happens to be one of my favorite yoga students.
She's fired.
Oh, fortunate for her. She's fired. Yeah, Ling Ling, let's go. 40 hour a day practice make no perfect. 40 hour a day not enough. Must 60 hour a day barely enough to be Ling Ling.
Hey, wait.
Wait, we didn't come here to harass you. We came because we know you were also transported here from our world. We are fighting the same battle that you are, I think.
Oh.
So I'm not the only one who was brought here. Interesting. God bless Two Set Founded. Yeah, it's so good. But their channel sort of got rebranded, right? To Two Set Academy or something like that. Unfortunate. They deleted most of their videos, which is like even more upsetting. Have you been finding the monsters coming out of the rift too? At night, yeah. By day, I work here. I'm trying to reduce the rift effect on the city.
Nifty!
Ooh, what kind of work do you do? I'm a TV executive for children's programming. You see, a rift opened up in the middle of the shoot. I noticed that all of the miserable executives were overcome in the blink of an eye, but all of the happy children were unharmed. Those zombie-like executives have now been fired, and as a result, I'm out for a promotion. A promotion that could help me fight the rift effect by making people happy, citywide. And you two are interrupting my work. Look, we're not here to interfere. It sounds like you're doing the right thing. We were just hoping we could work together to defeat the rift and get back home. A rift is opening nearby. Let's see if you're really worth teaming up with. Ooh. From what I'm looking at, they went full into music making. Oh, so they're not really content creators anymore. They create music now. I mean, they are still content creators, but on a different direction other than entertainment now. I loved their videos back then. I used to watch them every day. It's a little bit unfortunate, but hey, I respect their decisions as well. I respect their decision. Yeah, Ling Ling is no more.
2, 1, let's rock!
What the fuck is that? You tell me you're gonna do it. Okay. Oh, Catboy, hi. Right, let's drink. Ugh, I have to finish this Dasani before I can drink my own water. Dasani tastes weird. But Ling Ling. No more Ling Ling.
3, 2, 1, bring it on!
Oh.
Snap out of it.
Okay, okay. It's a beat, okay.
3, 2, 1, let's go.
Alright, here we go.
Come on, Cadence.
Brother, this is like the hardest one. I feel like this is the hardest one.
3, 2, 1, go. Impressive. You can still do this.
I'm speechless. Holy shit. No, I got this.
2,
Give,
1, let's
give me
go.
give me like 50 more tries.
Awesome. Not good. Don't give in. Just one more shot.
This is really difficult.
3, 2,
I don't
1,
even,
bring it on.
I didn't even see the red bird coming in.
Excellent. Get it together now.
What the fuck is that?
3, 2, 1, let's rock. Yes. I almost had it.
No, I didn't almost had it. It was still far. So far.
2, 1, let's go.
I think I need a practice mode for this one.
In the zone. I won't give up.
Is it 4 or 3?
Three, two, one, go.
We're gonna like practice the first 5%, okay? I think I'll go for like 70.
3, 2, 1, bring it on.
Yes! Impressive!
It's 4. It's 4. It's not 3, it's 4.
2, 1, let's go.
It's this. Okay.
3, 2, 1, go.
Let's try. Let's try the rest of the music.
3, 2, 1, let's rock! I'm on fire! Don't give in. Yes.
I still cannot. It's always a.
3, 2, 1, go! Very good.
Oh. I'm gonna be here for a while. This one. Oh boy.
3, 2, 1, bring it on! Awesome! Snap out of it! I know you've got some fight left in you. 3, 2, 1, let's go! Good work. Keep it together.
I didn't expect. I need to expect the coming as well. No, I got this. I got
3,
this.
2,
I feel
1,
like I'm
go.
getting somewhere now.
Now we're talking. Not good. You can still do this.
Ah, it's
How disappointing.
I need to get used to the red beat as well.
3, 2,
The red
1,
bird
bring it
coming in
on.
the same place.
On a roll. Excellent. Get it together now. Just like that. Come on, Cadence.
Yeah, it's always this part.
3, 2, 1, let's rock. Right on.
Like in the middle of the beat, it's hard for me to like do the you get used to it.
All right. Yes. Don't give in. Good, good. Let's try that again.
Bird. I never realized how scary Bird is.
3, 2, 1, let's go. Gotta focus. Snap out of it.
Ayya. I need to practice that only.
1, go. Very good. Keep it together. Keep it going. You can still do this. Not good. Impressive. Get it together now. Good, good. I'll win next time.
I cannot. It's so difficult.
3, 2, 1, let's rock.
Let me slow down to 50% on the. At what beat is I remember at 90 is one of them, I think. Let's put at 100. And then this one at 80. This is such a weird practice thing. What if it's not here? It's so scary. Why is it different? Did I mess up? Okay, wait, I need to
2,
check
1,
what
bring it
beat
on.
it is.
Awesome.
Let's lose here. I didn't lose there.
Give in.
I didn't lose there. 37. I'll start from 30. From 20.
3, 2, 1, go.
37, right? 37 is why I lost, so it's not at 37, but we stop at 37. And then this one I'll start at 10, 15. It's so scary. That doesn't help. That doesn't help. Wait. Oh, chunky dragon. Oh, oh my god, dragon. Young Griffy, hi. A Griffy dragon. I like dragons. A chunky dragon raid. Hi, what were you playing? Zelda Echoes of Wisdom. I never played that one before. But hi. Hope you had fun with your stream. Welcome. I'm trying to struggle to practice this one. I don't know what I'm doing. But also hi. I'm Tiora. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits, and I do art sometimes. We learned something about Zelda Echoes of Wisdom. That is overpowered as heck. Isn't that goes for all the things? I mean, bed allows me to sleep, and I like sleep. And sleep is overpowered. I don't know. But hey, it sounds like you had fun. Heck yeah. Thanks for the raid. I mean, if you need any post-stream care and stuff like that, definitely go do them. Very important. Also, I'm here trying to tinker this practice mode thingy. This is so cursed. What? Oh, okay, so not 37. And then... No. I have to go to bed. Midnight hitting now. I never knew this game existed, by the way. Oh! This game is great. Also very hard because I'm playing on impossible difficulty. What's the beat on that one? Yeah, this game is great. Rift of the Necrodancer. I think this one came out not too long ago. Is it... Okay, is it... No. Is it left up right instead of left out right up? Converse it with Rift of the Necrodancer for a blit. It is very close. Oh my god, no wonder. Okay, I see it. It's left up right. I've been so blind. I mean, can you blame me though? They're so close together.
Go.
Also have a good bet, Griffin. Thanks for the raid again. Really appreciate it.
Very good. Time
It's
for a
so...
rematch.
It's still so hard, but I'm getting the hang of it now.
3, 2, 1, let's go! Right on! Yes! I'm on fire! Good work. In the zone. I won't give up.
What?
How about a do-over?
Oh, the beat is so confusing for this one. Okay, I think the first part is very stable now at least.
Let's rock. On a roll. Excellent. Very good. You can still do this.
I cannot think. I'm cheating.
Yes. Snap out of it. Start focus. No way.
Wow. Yeah, most of the part I can just cheese, which is not the best, but I'll take it.
Go. Good work. In the zone.
What? Tung tak, tung tak, tung tak. 381? Okay. I need to understand that one because that one is like very far.
3, 2, 1, bring it on!
That's why I need practice mode for it. We start from 350. I mean 350, I died at 381. So let's start at 360. Towards the end, why not?
Right on!
The last part is not that hard. It's just that part that where I died.
They might be monsters, but you're a beast.
Now we're talking.
Okay. The rest of the part is not that hard. I think I can get past this music easy now. Let's try it. Another spooter? Wow.
3, 2, 1, go! Awesome! Excellent. I'm on fire! Good work. Yes! Right.
It's not gonna be the cleanest win, but I'll take it. Well, I don't know if I'm gonna win anyway. Don't jinx it. Don't jinx it. was very delayed. But yeah, it's not the
Not
cleanest win,
bad.
right? It's kind of a cheating way of winning, but you know, I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll definitely take it. Not bad. But maybe it was just a fluke. I don't know. Maybe. I'll take it.
One more try.
Nah, one more try off stream if I have time. Oh, isn't this the one with in the demo, the one that I'm struggling against? This one is really difficult. I don't think I can still play it.
3, 2, 1, fight! Yes! Now we're talking. Get it together now.
Whee!
Gotta figure
I already
this
forgot.
out.
I already forgot. This one's really difficult. GG. Heck yeah, that was good.
Good work. On a roll. Don't give in. That's better. Just like that. I had higher hopes for you.
Oh my god, I gotta struggle with the game. This one is
3,
really
2, 1,
hard.
go. Excellent. In the zone. Impressive. Good work. Right on. Very good. Get it together now.
Oh, oh my god. Well, I mean, the muscle memory is back now a little bit on the demo. Ah, demo, thank you. Oh my god, thank you,
3, 2,
demo.
1, come on. I'm on fire. Yes! In the zone. Excellent. Come on, Cadence. Yes. On a roll. Impressive. Very good. Good work. Not good. You can still do this. Is that all you've got?
Oh my god! Yeah, the last part is why I struggle against really hard. To be the consistent beat on the left hand is like also really hard. I played the demo too, but only for a day before it came out. Oh, I played demo for 2-3 days. I mean, not like 36 hours, but I think I split into 3 days and then I played for in total about 9 hours, I think, which is a lot to be honest. Like for like how many 4 music in there. Really fun, right? Then like there's also like impossible difficulty for the demo. It's what really makes me want to buy the game, because you know, for the impossible difficulty, it really, I'm gonna play for what it's worth, right? It's really fun. I like it. Me very likey. No,
3, 2,
I
1,
got
move.
this. This one is really super fun, no?
Awesome. Right on. Yes.
Okay, I cheated my way to victory. Okay, I cheated my way to victory.
All right.
Hell yeah, cheating. Using Game Shark and everything. Shake my head, cheating. I'm sorry. I have to get past. I want to see the story. But I also want to play the impossible difficulty, so there you go. Hi, Zeus Pop. But Pog? I love the Pog is with a question mark as well. Alright, I'll admit you got some skill. Maybe you will be useful after all. But for now, I need to focus on my job until I secure that promotion. You know where to find us. Just call if we can help. Very cool. Did I get a C for that? More than that? Almost a B. Action.
So,
Cadence tell me you're a vampire?
I am.
Can I ask? Is it okay to ask what you eat?
Blood.
Fair enough. That's just some vampire humor, right? Want to find out?
That's enough.
Not gonna of you too. I met my share of vampires, enough to know that not all of them eat people. Nocturna, when you called, you said there was something you needed urgent help with? Yes, I'm out for that promotion. But one of my key performers quit right before today's shoot. What the?
That's right.
Matron? That's right, I convinced your employer to quit. Once she learned how your kind of entertainment has been shown to rot young minds, she quit on the spot. Who the heck are you? And how are all you people getting past my assistant? I'm the leader of a group of mothers and grandmothers who are concerned about the effect of mindless TV programming on young minds. You may call me Matron. I trust I've managed to force you to cancel your shoot for the day.
See you soon.
I'll be seeing you again soon. Very soon. Maybe I should fire my assistant after all. Cadence, this is why I called you. Can you fill in for my missing performer?
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no. Well, guess I can try. Break a leg. Showtime. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, so cute. It's Caden's show business debut. Mimic the other performers to keep the kids entertained. First, let's march left and right to the beat. Try to get 5 in a row, okay? What? It's a little bit weird. When you see the move time string icon, you need to press the marching direction 3 times at double speed. Try doing it correctly 3 times. So beep and then beep for a bit. Can't change the on the screen instruction. We see the jump icon, press up that many times on the beat. Okay. That's a wrap. Great rehearsal. Now it's time for the big show. Okay. I think I got this.
3, 2, 1, bring it on!
Here we go. Let's move, let's groove, stay on beat and you can't lose. Jump 3 times. Beat the beat, let's go. Jump 2 times. Let's go. Move it. Come on, keep up. Jump 4 times. Move it. Keep up. Double time. Get ready, go. Keep up the groove. Jump 2 times. Move it. Hey, move You're not tired, are you? Come on, keep up. Jump 6 times. Jump 4 times. I never tire. Move it, move it. Move it, move it. Jump 1 time. Who's having fun? Cause I'm not.
Because I'm not. I almost lose this one. No, so I have a problem. After the jump, how do I know which button to press after? I got an A though.
Not too shabby.
Hey, not too bad. I'll take it. Good enough, right? Good enough. The show must go on. You managed to complete your shoot, but meanwhile I had an even bigger triumph. I have secured a rotating seat on the board of this network, and I've seen to it that you won't get the promotion. Not even your assistant can keep me away now. See you soon, dearie. Should I just eat her? Eating evil people is okay, right? I know you're just joking, but she'll probably leave a bad taste in your mouth. Yeah. Nocturna, I've seen this twice before. That woman is working with the Rift. I'm sure of it. She's trying to derail you. If only I was better suited to this job. I'm an immortal vampire. I haven't been a child for over 1,000 years. What do children even like these days? iPad. You seem to lose out a bit when we fought the Rift. Maybe that will inspire you?
Let's go.
Let's go do what we do best. Hello, Queen. This time, it's the music that I never played before. Let's do it.
3, 2, 1, go! Excellent.
I cannot react to the bird coming
I
in.
know I can do it. 3, 2, 1, let's rock! All right. Impressive. Not good.
Oh,
That's it then?
I hate the red bird. I found the things that I hate.
3, 2, 1, let's go! On a roll! Yes!
Oh,
I can't
Okay.
give up.
always red bird first. Always red bird first. If I see a bat and a red bird incoming, it's red bird
2,
always.
1, bring it on! Good work. I'm on fire. Impressive. Excellent. Come on, Cadence.
Oh my god.
Don't quit on me now.
The red bird is so fucked up. The red bird is always a red bird. So fucked up.
3, 2, 1, go! Very good. In the zone. Yes! Impressive. I'm on fire. Get it together now.
I cannot, like, my brain doesn't work when I see bad coming down so close to me. I press the bad first always.
1, let's rock.
I don't know how to rewire my brain to not do that.
All right. On a roll. You can still do this. I won't give up.
Jesus. Yep, I found the thing that I hate the most now.
3, 2, 1, let's go. Now we're talking. Good work. Right on. Excellent. Don't give in.
I cannot believe it. The red bird is
3,
where
2,
it breaks
1,
me.
let's rock.
Like, the figuring out the rest of the beat is fine, but the red bird is just unfun.
Good work. In the zone. You can still do this. Disappointing.
The Redbird broke me.
3, 2, 1, go!
Dang. Couldn't believe it. The Redbird. Oh, everything.
All right. Yes. Right on.
See?
Snap out of it. Gotta focus. Excellent. Ah. Phew. Impressive. I'm on fire. Very good.
Oh, I hate the Redbird. I hate the Redbird. It's genuinely upsetting.
Oh.
Like the Redbird, oof. 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 The Bluebird towards the end is good. Like the Bluebird and the Greenbird is good, right? Because they move on second beat. The Redbird one single beat teleport down there, how am I supposed to react to that? I can only memorize it. It's unfortunate. Well, it is what it is. Cannot change when the game has already been that way, you know? Like, I cannot delete Redbird. You're right, that did feel good. Yeah, stupid Redbird. Don't like that shit. Alright, I should be able to finish this to Sunny now.
Again.
I finished the Sunny. Okay, there we go. Oh, immediately after. Alright, let's hope there's not much Redbird anymore. I don't like it.
3, 2, 1, move.
What is happening?
No way.
Well, that was sudden. Okay. Triple beat always.
3, 2, 1, go. Now we're talking. Keep it together. Good, good. You can still do this.
Oh, oops. One beat
How
too
about
early.
a do-over? 3, 2, 1, fight! Good work. On a roll. All right. Snap out of it.
Oh shit. Oh, this one is gonna be a long one. Oh god. That was only 187.
Come on. In the zone. Yes. Don't give in.
That one's a little bit weird. I kinda wish the music in this stage would be a little bit
3, 2,
louder.
1, move. Awesome. Excellent. Now we're talking. Not good. Snap out of it.
Oh, they changed the beat. Oh, that's fucked up. Well, thanks for the 5 stream streaks, Snowball.
3, 2, 1,
Also,
go.
hi.
Right on. cadence.
What?
Time for a rematch.
There was too much button press, it lagged the game? Shit. You know, at least there's no red fruit, right? This is fun.
3, 2, 1, fight! Good work. Impressive. Excellent. Keep it together. I know I can do it.
Problem. I cannot even hear the music over there.
3, 2, 1, go!
Hopefully this helps. For this music, this is the only problem for this music, right? The only time that it happens is the music too
3, 2, 1,
soft.
come on!
Here we go.
All right. Good work. On a roll. I won't give up.
Oh, did I miss it? Shit.
Three, two, one, move! Now we're talking.
I don't understand this one. Yeah, there's too much.
I almost had it.
Yeah, I almost had it. What the fuck? Why so much cookage? What's a what's a cookage? Ah, it's happening again. My eyes cannot focus anymore.
3, 2, 1,
Weird.
go. In the zone.
The music is good, but it's so soft. Came a little good. It is really good. I wish they would audio balance it just a little bit, so that I can hear better without tweaking the options. This is not everything play at 60%, music plays at 100%.
Impressive. Get it together now. I'm not done yet. Bring on. We can still do this.
Whoa. So 670. I think I'm gonna start from 6.
Fight!
6. We'll practice from 600 until the end. Why not? Because we were very close to the end, yeah. That's really hard. What? Okay, one more time. On that hard part.
Come on, fire! Awesome!
Let's try again. I think I might be able to go through the whole music now. To be honest, I have been cheating quite a bit, you know, by pressing all 3 buttons at the same beat.
Impressive.
I don't understand that one. What the fuck is this?
Thank
How are you
you.
supposed to read it? I don't know. Most of the time I just pressing 3 buttons at once. And if it works, it works. The ones I can press it, I'll press it. My mind feels much clearer now, thank you. I'm going to speak with the board. I have an idea. If the music is louder, this one is super fun.
Just getting started.
New stakeholder? I haven't heard from Nocturna in a few days and she's not answering my calls. I should go check on her. She's not in her office. I hope everything is okay. Looking for someone? Oh shit. Matron? Where's Nocturna? What have you done? I got fired, of course. Boo-hoo. And I won't let you upstage me either. Now I'm running the show. Ayo. Where's Nocturna? No. Alright, time to try to struggle more. Give me back my friend.
Your friend?
That bloodsucker? Ayo. She's a menace to society and you know it.
3, 2,
She's not.
1, let's rock.
You are though. Not the zombies, I don't care. Not the zombies.
Awesome.
Ours is the easiest one. First try? Brother, first try on the first impossible. The first time I got a first try on the impossible, man. You know what? The beat is very straightforward. I appreciate that and I like it, okay? Enough said. Good enough. I'll take it. Kobo play. I forgot to watch the trailer. Hi Narix. I didn't watch the trailer. I keep forgetting. But my eyes cannot focus right now. I see everything. I have to squint my eyes. Explains why I'm playing Wild's beta now. Does the beta currently has Mizu and stuff? And Rathalos, or is the same? It's not the same. If it's not the same, not the same one. Oh, okay. But I already beat the Arcvale, duh. I guess I'll play more off stream then. I don't think a lot of people are playing it, question mark, I don't know. I mean, so far it's just hunting monsters, exploring the place, you know? It's pretty good, I get it. It's gonna go tango with the goat more. Which one is the goat? Is Arcvale goat? Isn't Arcvale like Satan? He bleeds? Does he bleed? No way, that's kinda cute though. Wow, I didn't even know. Okay, remind me. If I remember, I'm gonna watch the trailer at the end of stream, if I remember. If I don't remember, tomorrow maybe I play Monster Hunter Generation Ultimate and then I'll watch the trailer. Yeah, you know, Monster Hunter stuff. I don't think I want to stream Monster Hunter Wilds right now, because I feel like there's not much else to do other than like beating Arcvale, beating Raidao. So I'll do it off stream and simple the dragons in private so that you guys don't know what's going on. I think that's good enough, right? Batitude.
Nocturna, no!
Matron, you monster! What have you done? I'm just doing what must be done. I know what you're going to say. You can save your breath. I need to give up now, or I'm next, right? I'm glad you've come to your senses. I have no quarrel with you. Maybe not, but you're working with the Rift to harm the people of the city. And you've been antagonizing my friend.
That's it.
I think it's time for you to bow out, matron. Yeah, kill them. Alright, so boss battle is gonna be another punch out, right? I need to know the pattern before I can fight the boss on impossible. I think that's just what it is. Let's fight this one.
Three, two, one, go!
Time to teach you a lesson.
Oh. Oh, that's weird. I have to dodge down with this one. Yellow down, blue left. So when she dances, I need to hit him. Yeah, like that. I don't know how to dodge that in Impossible, I feel like. Oh shit. Okay, pink one's is slow. Pink one's slow, blue one's dash straight up. White one comes out immediately, I have to dodge like a blue one does. Okay. Dances on hit second beat. Okay. I think I might be able to do it, right? I think I might be able to do it.
Crushed it.
I think I just need to react to the white one, and the pink one slower. Out with it, matron. Who is behind all of this? And why do all of you jerks look so familiar to me? There's someone pulling the strings, yes. Though I'm still bound by those strings myself, so I cannot help you. But thank you for stopping me. Honestly, I applaud your efforts. The best I can do is stay out of your way. Huh. Suzu? Okay, let's try impossible. Blue one dash straight, I have to dodge on the opposite side. The pink one is 3-beat dodge. White one dashes in. I know there's one more that I forgot.
3, 2, 1, go!
Time is on my side.
Okay.
Manners. No, no.
Oh.
Silence, child.
Oh, okay. Learning. Dodge down. Pink.
Don't bother. That won't do.
What? Oh. No, not white.
I want
What?
truth. Not right now. It will all be over soon.
No, blue.
Behave.
Blue! Stop. Okay. Chill.
I want truth. Silence, child. Don't bother. Manners.
Oh my god, I cannot. When two of them comes out, I have to... This is really hard. Let's learn. Hey, of course the game is gonna amp up the difficulty, but this one is very manageable.
3, 2, 1, go!
Time to teach you a lesson. No.
First one run. Oops.
That won't do.
Hmm?
Silence, child. Not right now. Mother knows best.
Too early.
It got hurt. No. That's
Oh. Oh. Ay. This is really... I'm so stupid. One more.
Manners. Behave. I want truth. So close. So much error.
Okay, okay.
Don't bother. Nothing can stop me.
When two comes out, it's very hard.
Silence, child. No.
Excuse me? I have to do lay on that? Oh, this one is really weird. The initial hit is very weird. I don't know what's the timing on that. Do I have to hit late or early? Flower?
3, 2, 1, go!
Time is on my side.
Pink, pink, pink.
That won't do.
Late?
Not now. Hush.
Oh, wrong dodge.
Manners.
What?
Silence, child.
I don't understand that one.
Close. Tired yet?
Ah, it's not quite one.
Stay. That won't do.
Oh, sound cue. Okay, guys, see. Sound cue. Why did I think of that? Timer.
No. It's a flower.
Okay.
I want truth.
What? I-
Manners.
Shit. Oh, quite one.
Silence, child.
Oh, white one. Ooh. This one is very annoying. The annoying part is the initial hit is so weird. Hope you're doing good, Merp. Thanks for the 10 stream stick. All the gift for Merp. See? Do I have to delay it? No, it's not. No, wait, what? Sound cue. I press on button.
Hold on here. In the name of break time, please save your
shit.
game, drink something to hydrate, do some stretch and posture check. Also stop chewing or nibble your wireless remote controller, cause that's neither a treat
Can you
nor a
wait for that?
snack. We love you.
Give me a second, I'll read that after. I heard something, but I was focusing on something else.
Silence,
Oh, fuck.
child. Oh, no, no.
Uh, feels I have to delay it, but I don't understand that one. Ah, wait one. Ay, shit. Almost did it. Okay. Just a few more.
Manners.
Okay. Really hard, really hard. Hold on there. In the name of break time, please save your game / drink something to hydrate, do some stress and posture check. Stop chewing or nibble your wireless remote controller, because that's neither a treat nor a snack. We love you. I did stretch and hydrate from time to time. Got a D, good enough. But wireless remote controller, they have a lot of like chips inside. That's very delicious.
Oh, thanks.
I rolling it. Alright, we're at chapter 4 now. How many are there? Ooh, there's a lot. Okay. I like it. A lot more suffering to come. A good kind of suffering. Well, that confirms it. After you defeat the underlings that work for the rift, there are no further signs of the rift in the part of the city. We're making progress. That's great, but there's something else that has been bothering me. These underlings, like Matron. What? It doesn't seem like they're working with the rift of their own free will. Hi, Swift.
Oh my.
With the milk. Do you mean it seems like they're being controlled? I can try to look into it. Thanks, Merlin. Maybe it will help us figure out how we got here in the first place. I may have some good news on that front. Remember the hotspot we tried to catch? I've been tracking its movement carefully and finally discovered the pattern. Later tonight, it's going to be in one of 5 possible locations. Oh, I'm small. I'm so small though. I can jam to this. Ding. Very nice. Ding. One of 5 possible locations. If you, me, have Dove, and Nocturna each go for one of those locations, we're sure to meet up with whoever's creating the hotspot.
All right.
Sounds like a plan. A few hours later. How long did Merlin say we should wait at our locations? Hopefully while the others have had better luck than I have. Oh, you can't get away from me, Rift. Oh, bring it on. Hi?
What?
Who are you? Did you come through the rift? Wait, you look familiar. Have we met? You. Oh shit. You and your family trapped me in the crypt and doomed my friend.
What?
Wait, what? I'm certain that no one in my family would do that.
Liar!
Shit. Alright, someone's pissed. Okay.
3, 2, 1, move.
Oh my god. Oh. What? Did I press it too slow? Oh, that's only 200? Dang.
3, 2, 1, go.
Ooh, I need to change the settings back. Audio. Alright, that should be good.
Three, two, one, fight! Right on! Now we're talking. Rock on! What are you doing? Show off. Keep it together.
Oh my god, it's so difficult. but I think this one is manageable. Looks like Suzu is all about like
3, 2, 1,
mega
move.
speed.
In the zone. On a roll. Awesome.
Show off.
Right on.
All right. No way.
So, is it? Maybe. Alright, let's try again. Hi, Uncle Born.
3, 2, 1, go.
Oh yeah. Rock time. Crushing it.
Did they change the voice actor
Fire.
for Suzu? They changed the voice actor, did they? The demo, she sounds way cooler.
All right. Not good.
Keep it together. Rock time.
Oh my god.
Anger make you stronger.
Yeah, they changed Suzu's voice actor? Really? The Suzu sounds so cool in the demo. And then now Suzu sounds like a kid. I mean, fair enough, like Suzu is a kid, but I like the sound that Suzu makes in the demo so much more. Jeez.
3, 2, 1, fight.
Unfortunate.
Now we're talking.
Show off.
Oh yeah, I
Just
keep forgetting
one more
there's
shot.
one more. I keep forgetting there's one more there.
3, 2, 1, move. On a roll.
Alright!
In the zone. Right on. On a roll.
Oh, you can't give up now!
Ooh, yeah, the fast part is really hard. I think I'll start from... Let's practice this one. Probably gonna lose a lot of times, but
3, 2, 1, go.
let's start from... Yeah. Yep. Let's start from yep. We start from 300. I think I lost that 300 something always.
Just like how we do it back home.
Now we're talking.
Yes! Impressive! That's how it's done!
Toot, 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 toot. Why not use you superpower to turn invulnerable for a little? I'm on practice mode. I think some of the parts is possible. That part is very fucked up.
In the zone.
Looking swole.
All right.
Okay. I'm gonna try to get past this one. I think it's possible. I think it's possible.
3, 2, 1, go!
I'm gonna save my power.
Rock on!
Save my power for the hardest part. The instant change.
Now we're talking. Show off. Crushing it.
Awesome!
Now we're talking.
I'm on fire!
Jesus.
Serious?
Yeah, that part is that part is really fucking hard. Yeah. Good luck. Thank you. I'll try my best. A joke official. Hi. Hope you're doing good. It's an official joke?
3, 2, 1, fight!
Wait.
On a roll!
All right.
Right on!
Show off.
But I want to demo the voice acting back. That one sounds way cooler.
Rock time!
In the zone.
Right on!
Come on, Cadence.
I'm on fire! What are you doing?
Back in the groove.
I won't give up.
Oh jeez. Abducts and cuddles the Kobo. I'll take it. From a dragon, I'll take it. Stinksy and Nom. Did the sneak Noms?
Now we're talking. All right!
Didn't need to press that one. Fat finger.
Rock on!
Last health. We take those. Oh. Dang. Dang. Since Evie is here, can I show you a little clip real quick? Of course. A merp clip? Of course. I'm not actually here. I don't know if Evie is actually here now. Now that she said it. I sent you on Discord. It's terminal montage. Eevee in Pokemon TCG Pocket. Where's it? Oop. I'm gonna watch from here. Can I watch from here? Is it possible to watch from here? Okay, I can watch. Oh, it's short. Okay, give me a second. Sorry, give me a second. Copy text. Me no like short, so me go watch. There we go. This one is not that loud. Pokemon TCG. I've been playing so much of Pokemon TCG lately. I have my Garchomp deck now. Alright, here we go. Oh no. Yes. 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 Oh, is there... I need to find this card. I think I have him. I always got the worst luck with the flips, always. The fucking rush in, man. Oh, the rush in, it's so good. Oh, wait, I think I might have that Eevee card, actually. I'll check later. Why am I checking now? Good stuff. Always love terminal montage stuff. That's so good. Goes back to lurking, watching stuff with partner. Of course, of course. Have a good lurk always, Eevee. Thank you. Love terminal montage stuff. There we go. Okay. You actually fought against it. I did. No cheat this time. I hardly pressed 3 buttons at once for the same beat.
I can definitely do this.
Breathtaking.
Huh.
You found it. But I'm sure you can't be trusted. Can you at least tell me what you're accusing me and my family of?
Well...
It's hazy. No! No! I'm sure! It's just that my memories have been fading.
This...
This is just like what happened to my friend. Who's your friend?
Her name is...
She's my best friend? I think her name is...
Reaper.
Reaper. It seems when we calm down, your memories are a bit clearer. Being calm isn't exactly my strong suit. Fair. You and me both, pal. My name's Cadence. What's yours?
Suzu.
There you go.
Oh, hi!
Hi, I don't think we've met. My name's Dove. I'm like super good at being calm. Thanks for texting me, Cadence. Maybe I can help? It looks like we're both trying to defeat the rift, Suzu. Maybe we can help you find your friend along the way. Why don't we try something fun to help you find your center and remember what's been going on?
Fun?
Whatever fun you're planning, it's not going to work on me. That's a spirit. No. Take a breather, minigame? What's if all this anime moans? I don't know, but hey, a moan's a moan, I guess. Not that I like them because they're not dragon. I love the minigame, they're all so cute, look at that. This minigame is a breath of fresh air. Dove wants to help Suzu learn to chill, but that won't be easy. Tap out to breathe in on the beat. Tap down to breathe out. Try to make it correctly 4 times. Okay.
And breathe in. And breathe out. And breathe in. And breathe out.
Suzu's phone can be a distraction. And tap left on the next beat to put a stop to it. Just slam. Hiya! Try to make it correctly 3 times. The slap. Uh-oh. Looks like Dove's dove is molting. Grab the feathers by tapping right before they foil Dove's flow. Dove's flow? Try to make it correctly 3 times. What? Okay, okay. So, 4 beat. There we go. You can breathe easy, you did it. Now get out there and help Suzu do the same. Suzu got this, I believe in Suzu.
3 and 2 and 1, let's breathe. And breathe in. And breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out. In. Out. In. Out. And breathe in. And breathe out. And breathe in.
Oops.
And breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. Out. In. Out. In.
Don't hold too long.
And breathe out. Breathe in.
Kaden is so busy.
Breathe out. Breathe in. And breathe out.
Kaden is so busy. I love the minigames, they're so cute. I love them.
In the bag.
How to build a faster stronger? Clear all minigames on hard difficulty? Heck yeah! That's all the minigame? Oh. My only friend. What happened if it's an emergency call? I don't know. Suzu will probably shout. You did it! Stop congratulating me or I'm going to get angry again. Ugh, I hate to admit it, but yes, that helped. It was fun though. Hated it. Can you explain a bit more clearly what has been going on? I can remember some of it. I saw you and your family in the crypt. I was there too for a long time. Along with my friend Reaper. Guinness might have been busy, but someone had to keep an eye on this going smoothly. Like a best friend just hit her hand to answer the phone. We were ripped from our world somehow and tossed into the crypt. The darkness, it seeps into you. The necrodancer's grip and tightens with every beat. Reaper, she succumbed. She became one of his underlings. I think the same thing is happening to me too. I've seen it happen with someone who was a dead ringer for my dad.
Wait.
Oh wait, why did I never see you in the crypt? Yeah, Suzu was never there. I didn't want to be seen, that's why. But I saw you. Oh. You're unsubtle. But you are effective. Thanks. Sometimes when I battle the Rift, Reaper will show up. But she always runs off. If I keep fighting and talking to her, maybe I can get through to her.
Let's go.
What if she herself is the Reaper? Like, why? Right? That could happen though. Let's go on patrol then. I'd like to meet this friend of yours. Because I feel like there's no way they're gonna change the voice actor just like that, right? In like just a single and then change the voice actor. No way, right? Because the Suzu voice in demo is so fucking good. Eldritch Blast? Eldritch Blast! Roll a D20, I don't know, boom! Hiya, natural and natural 20,
3,
easy.
2, 1, go.
That's fucked up.
Keep it together.
They locked me up for pressing the zombies? I have to learn the zombie pattern? Oh, that's fucked up.
3, 2, 1, bring it on.
I fucking hate the zombies, man.
3, 2, 1, let's rock.
Ugh, shake it off. We're not done.
Brother.
3, 2, 1, let's go.
You loved it? Shut up. If that's me loving it, I don't know what's happening.
Oh, come on.
What?
3, 2, 1, bring it on.
You can do better.
Some people like pain, not the zombie kind of pain. I
Three,
I like
two,
pain,
one,
but not
go.
the zombie pain. The zombie is just stupid.
Right on.
Oh yeah!
Brother, I cannot.
All right! Oh, come on! Are you serious?
Gonna require a lot of practice for this one. The skeletons are half beats, that is crew. I think the cruelest thing is a zombie. Like the skeleton so far hasn't given me too much of a trouble.
3, 2,
Whenever
1,
there's
let's
like
rock.
red bird or zombie that shows up, I struggle.
I'm on fire.
Crushing it! Here I come!
It's always one health here. Oh damn, also?
Shake it off! We're not done.
3, 2,
Man,
1, bring it on.
it hurts my soul that I have to learn that zombie pattern.
Now we're talking.
Show off!
All right. On a roll.
No way!
Gotta focus.
Woohoo! I think I got this.
3, 2, 1, go. Awesome.
Oh yeah! Crushing it! Keep it together! Oh, you can't give up now!
3, 2, 1, let's go.
Oops,
Okay,
suddenly spammed too much.
figure this out.
That's me being dumb.
3, 2, 1, bring it on! Awesome! Gotta focus.
RotN!
I'll win next time.
Maybe I'm just weak at slow beat, I feel like.
3, 2, 1, go! Right on!
Crushing it.
Now we're talking. I'm on fire! Alright!
That's it.
Oh, come on!
Get up.
No, ayoi, not the zombies again. Redbird and zombie really make this game
3,
unfun to
2,
learn.
1, let's rock! On a roll!
Show off.
Ooh.
Let's try that again.
Three, two, one, let's go! I'm on fire! I won't give up!
Dying to the red zombies feels like so bad, man.
Two, one, bring it on!
It's not that I don't want to learn, I can't. My brain doesn't function when it comes to a zombie. You might think that I'm joking, I'm not. When I see zombie, my brain shuts down. Because the motion... The straight line is already so hard to react to everything. And then you have like the fucking zombies doing...
Now we're talking.
vertical, horizontal movement.
Not good.
Oh yeah.
Let your anger make you stronger.
Three, two, one,
You know what?
go!
I'm going to practice mode. I'm going to fucking memorize the pattern of that fucking zombie. Oh shit. I cannot go practice immediately. I have to lose to go to practice? Oh no.
All right!
RotN!
Awesome! Come on, Cadence.
Okay. How much is this? 62? I'm gonna spam this one single section.
Three, two, one, let's go!
One single section, alright? So from... I died at 62, right? So it should be at 60? Maybe I'll start from 50. And then until 60... Let's see how close I can get. Okay. Until 70, I think? Let's do 75. 50, okay. I'm not gonna press anything. I'm gonna memorize the miss pattern, okay? Okay. Shit, to 52. I want to make it super accurate so that I can keep repeating the same pattern. Only against zombie I have to do this, I guess. So left up, right, left up, right, I think. Something like that. After shoot. Okay, let's press everything. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Okay! I don't even want to look at the zombie, I'm just gonna memorize the pattern. That's one way of doing it, right? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Get fucked. Okay, I got it. There was one more zombie section almost towards the end, I think. Hate the zombies with a passion.
3, 2, 1, let's go!
If I cannot learn it, I have to do it my way.
Now we're talking.
Feels good, man.
In the zone.
Show off. No way!
All right.
Get up! Get in there.
I won't give up. Gotta focus.
Oh, come on!
Hey.
I'll win next time.
Ooh. Okay, the last part is triplets. Triplets is fine, right? Triplets is fine. It's just the zombies. But I love the zombie pattern, so I might be able to do it. Let's practice towards the end, though. This is too far. Yep. Hi, Popcat.
3, 2, 1, go!
Alright, so we're gonna start from... I forgot where I died at, but let's start from... I was very close to the end, right? 300. About. Okay. One more time. I think I got the pattern down. Maybe. Got it, got it. Should be fine now, should be fine now.
Three, two, one, let's go!
Skit man.
On a roll! I'm on fire!
Show off.
Oh, I pressed too much. I pressed too much. I didn't hit the ham. That's me being dumb, man.
3, 2, 1, bring it on!
Rock on!
Ah, I messed up the slime. I can't believe it, but I thought I was doing so good at the practice. Crap.
3, 2,
I think I
1,
got.
let's rock.
I mean, I definitely got this. I just need to play more carefully.
Show off.
All right.
Rock on.
On a roll.
Crushing it.
In the zone.
Oh, come on. Yeah.
Right on.
All right. Oh, yeah. Get up.
Time for a rematch.
No way. Wait. Didn't I do it? I thought I did it though.
3, 2, 1, go.
Hmm. If I cannot do it, just keep practicing. Also, to those who doesn't know, I'm just gonna try to beat everything in Impar Shiburu. So that's why I'm like super insistent on clearing everything in Impossible. For what reason? No reason. For no reason. I just like doing it. Oh, to I think 300. Yeah.
On a roll.
More. I need to do it until I'm super confirmed that I can do it. Again. I think until I'm super sure that I can do it, then I'll stop. Like super sure.
They might be monsters, but you're a beast.
No, there was a part where I was super bad at it.
Impressive.
In the zone.
One more time. One more time.
Awesome.
Just like how we do it back home.
I'm on fire.
Okay. This should be it, right? This should be it. Let's do it. Feeling kind of confident. Feeling a little bit more confident than just now, right? A little bit
One,
more.
let's rock.
And that confidence is what I need.
Rock on!
Now we're talking.
Told you I got it. Oh man, that took a while. I don't feel her presence here. Okay. Everything I got is C, I'll take it. Right? So long as I get to win for now, right? Trying to get past all the levels, that's good enough, right? That's good enough. That is so good enough. Revenge? Oh yeah, this is the demo music, right? I got this. This one's easy. Watch me die immediately. This is it. She's nearby. I can feel it.
3, 2, 1, fight!
Oh, yeah.
Alright! Crushing it!
Right on!
What are you doing?
Oh, I forgot about this part. I forgot about this part. This part. Okay, you know what? Just now when I say this one is easy, no. Let me take it back. It's not easy. It's hard. It's hard as fuck. It's hard as fuck. Okay. All right, here we go. It's hard as fuck. Okay, I'm sorry.
3, 2, 1, go!
Rock on!
Awesome! In the zone.
Show off!
I'm on fire! Now we're talking.
Okay. I got baited. You know what? Easy.
Reaper!
The Reaper, it's me. Did you see Reaper? Like, please tell me I can have like the demo voice acting back.
I'm game for another.
That was pretty good. That was pretty good. Soul Surgeon.
Wait!
Reaper, wait, who that? Please. Oh, stop following me, please. Just let me help. Damn, Reaper is in pain. I don't want to hurt you, but
Hey,
we can help. I've seen this before. I know what to do. Reaper?
No!
No? Not again. Why do you have to scare her off? Your family always interferes and ruins everything. Are you sure?
hey.
That's the second time you said that. You better explain yourself before I get angry.
Fine!
Only now you want to explain? I was trapped in that nightmare of a crypt for a long time. I saw you. I saw Melody. I saw Arya. I saw Arya destroy the golden loop. Your family destroyed the only thing that could get Reaper and me home. So selfish. Do you know I've been through since then? I don't know why I'm even talking to you. I'm so sick of your family. Oh, that's why. I mean, the golden loot is cursed, right? Well, cursed, right? The golden loot is very powerful, but it's cursed. And like, the golden loot make the Cadence and the family just like a living hell. So Suzu, I guess Suzu doesn't know the full extent of what the golden loot is. That's why, hence her behavior, right?
Suzu.
This rift. I think you called in here. Oh shit.
3, 2, 1, go.
Suzu's pissed.
Not good.
Brother, what is this? What is that? I know for every time I start a new music,
3, 2,
I go like,
1,
what
move.
is that?
No way.
A few more tries. I might get the beat down.
3, 2, 1, fight. I won't give up. Ah, I almost had it.
What is that? Holy shit. Okay, okay.
3, 2, 1, come on.
I wonder when's the music. The unbeatable one. The unbeatable one. I wonder if it's here. Can I just press all 3 buttons at once for that one? It seems like a lot of things. I might be able to do that.
3, 2, 1, go. Bring on. Keep it together.
I don't think I can understand that one.
3, 2, 1, move.
Cadence. Let's go.
Sorry, I'm cheating again.
Keep it together. That's more like it. I know
Okay,
I can do
so
it.
some of the plays I can actually cheat my way through, so let's not focus too much on that. Right? So just a stunning is
3, 2,
really
1,
difficult.
fight. Not good. On a roll. That's better.
Hey,
How about a do-over?
and this part is not that hard. It's just the starting part I
2,
don't
1,
understand.
come on. I won't give up.
Brother, I really don't understand that part. Do I need to go practice mode and look at that part again?
3,
Like
2,
how I
1,
read the
go.
zombies? Well, I never read zombies, but you know what I mean. Okay, I think I see
can't
it.
give up.
Okay, I think I see it. Don't press the green sign. The green sign is alive.
3, 2, 1, move. Awesome.
Yep.
Now we're talking.
Hey. It's a offbeat.
Keep it together.
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention on what's coming. I was paying attention to the notes that's coming down,
3, 2,
but
1,
not the
come
pangolin.
on. Alright. Not good. Okay. In the zone. Come on, Cadence.
Oh, I didn't expect the beat to change there. I thought they're gonna go for the generic beat, but then again, since when I
3,
can,
2,
you know,
1, fight.
figure it's gonna be a generic bit. I don't know why I'm talking. Yikes.
won't give up. I'm on fire. I'm not done yet.
Oh, I messed up the bat? Can't believe it, I messed up the bat. Wow.
3, 2, 1, go!
Oh, I forgot about that, really. It happens.
Keep it together. Just one more shot.
Shit. Did I really misread all the bat? Oh no.
3, 2, 1, move!
Oh.
Gotta focus. All right. On a roll. Come on, Cadence.
Oh my god, the teleport.
I'll win next time.
Oh, I never realized how much, how detrimental the teleports are. Making a route for now, doing Kobo stuff. Good luck. Thank you, man. Have good luck doing Kobo stuff.
3, 2, 1,
I got this
come
though.
on.
Just gonna keep trying.
In the zone. Right on. Pretty good. Now we're talking. I won't give up. Back in the groove. Awesome.
Hey, I mispressed too much. I can kind of read that one, I think. I can kind of read that one, since it's all just skeleton
3,
and double
2,
beats.
1, fight! On a roll! In the zone. Keep it together.
Eee, I didn't
How
expect
about
that.
a do-over?
I couldn't read in time.
3, 2, 1, move!
Oh, something weird just now happened.
3, 2, 1, go! Now we're talking. Right on. I'm on fire. Gotta focus. Right on.
Ayo!
give up.
Alright. I think I can see that one, but I just cannot react to it. I cannot react to it. I need to react to it.
3,
But I
2,
think
1,
I think I got this one. This one, a few more tries should be fine. Hi, Nexus. Oh my god, Tekken. Ayo! Ayo! I can press that one. Hi, Foofy Dragon. Oh my god, Tekken. More Tekken? Hello, hello. Hope you are doing good. My eyes gonna concentrate again. But I can still play this game. It feels kinda weird, though.
1, go! Now we're talking. Come on, Cadence. Let's go. On a roll. In the zone.
You wouldn't believe that this part is the most fucked up part
Keep it together.
out of all the parts. Oh,
try
I messed
that
up the red bed. No way. Oh, it's getting dark.
3,
I should
2,
open the
1,
light
fight.
after. I feel like after playing for a bit, right? All the impossible music sort of takes like a few hours to beat.
Right on. All right. I'm on fire. Awesome. In the zone.
Ui.
I won't give up.
Oh, they're changing beats. That's fucked up. I'm gonna go open up the lights real quick. I'll be right back in a few seconds, I think. Yeah. Hey. Okay. I think I got this, right? Just I think a few more tries. I should be able to get through this. Just a few more tries, I feel like. Ayo. Ayo. Okay, let's do it. Just gonna sit properly, and then I can beat this thing. Okay. Okay. Not bad, right? As long as I get past it, it's good enough. I got a D. Oh no. Hey, look, a pass is a pass, okay? A pass is a pass, and I'll definitely take it, right? Suzu's quest. Let's see here. 636. I'll play a little bit more.
Go away!
Uh-oh. Leave Suzu alone, Reaper? Are you okay? We'll be together again soon if you don't interfere.
3, 2,
Really?
1, move!
Do I trust him?
figure this out.
It messed up at the drum section.
3, 2, 1, come
I
on!
think this one is manageable.
In the zone. On a roll. Come on, Cadence.
Oh, I think I was close. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty close, I think. I think this one, a few more tries, it should be fine. A few more tries, I might be able to get through this.
3,
Might.
2, 1, go!
Maybe.
Bring on! Come on, fire! All right. Keep it together.
Oh, I pressed I pressed space too late. Ah. Yeah, I mean, if I get a win here, it would be like very unstable.
3, 2, 1, fight! In the zone. Keep it together.
Oh,
I almost had it.
I thought I pressed the left already, but I pressed 1, 2 list. That was close though. I think yeah, just a few more tries. Like two, 3 more maybe. I need drink. Mm. To be completely honest though, right? Very honest here. Super honest. I just didn't think I can play for this long. Or like not play for this long, sorry. Let me rephrase that. I don't think I can get this far by playing just impossible only. I thought I might given up like I might have given up like a long time ago, but no. Something about this game just makes me want to like keep going. It's fun. I like it.
3, 2, 1, come on! On a roll! I'm on fire! Now we're talking. Right on. Awesome. In the zone. On a roll.
Oh yeah, the last part is
know I can do
really
it.
difficult. The last part is like super confusing with all the like swordsmen and stuff. Hi Kelsey. Welcome. Let's let's practice the last part.
3, 2, 1, go!
I lost at 604. Let's start from 550? 550 towards the end. Try again. I literally just a few more seconds. Damn, unfortunate. Okay. This should be it.
3, 2, 1, come on!
Now we're talking.
Okay, I cheated my way to victory again. All the time, actually. Good enough.
No!
Oh, thank you for 25 stream streak, Aquaboard. Also, hi. Again, I think. You can't have her. Why? Neither can you, not like this. This isn't the way you want to be together, I know it. I see, I'll take it.
Just getting started.
Good enough. Looking grim. I'm sorry. I got a bit heated last time.
A bit?
A bit? Heated? You summoned a rift and attacked me. You were like one of the rift's underlings. You totally lost it. Yeah. But then I did that stupid breathing thing Dove showed me. And I came back from the brink. If it happens again, I think I'll be gone for good. I need to tell you everything before it's too late. The truth is, all of this is my fault.
What?
You're behind this?
Can't be.
I don't believe that, Suzu. I didn't mean for it to end up like this. Cadence, after your grandmother Arya destroyed the golden loot, I painstakingly repaired it. It took me years of research and effort, but I did it. I was just trying to get me and Reaper home. The loot brought us to the crypt, so I figured it could also get us home. But when I tried to open the portal the way I had seen the Necrodancer do it, I accidentally revived all of the monsters in the crypt. Including the biggest monster of all, the Necrodancer. But isn't the Necrodancer like in the magic burger right now?
Oh no.
He took the loot from me. After that, he toyed with us. Then he spent years studying the loot's powers. I think he came up with a new way to use it. Instead of bringing people from their worlds to the crypt, now he can bring monsters out of the crypt into other worlds. That's what he's doing here, swapping the souls of crypt monsters with the people of this world.
Oh.
How? There's no way Necrodancer is doing that though. He's in Magic Hamburger. He's working like what 9 to 5 every day on the burger shop. Maybe not even 9 to 5, 24/7. Like brother, there's no way he can do that. So the Necrodancer is behind all of this after all? I knew it.
Dove?
Oopsie.
Oh. Yes, it's him. I can go settle the score with him right now, once and for all. If I believe in you. Necropolis. Ooh, how many more? Quite a little bit more, right? 8 so I think I'll leave this for next time, right? I think for tomorrow, yeah, I think for tomorrow and okay, for tomorrow and Sunday, I might be playing Monster Hunter Generation Ultimate, not Wilds, because the beta apparently is the same, according to Narex anyway, right? So I will be playing Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate tomorrow and Sunday because I've been obsessed with it a little bit, right? I want to see those big, cool looking dragon monsters that I never seen before in Generation Ultimate. So that's the plan at least, right? And Monday, I need to do art on Monday, so there you go. I might continue, not I might, but I'm going to continue this next week, right? I know it's a week's time, it's a long time, I get it, I understand, but in the meantime, I'll try not to get too rusty with this game. I will play this game off stream when I have the time. Play a little bit of like get the high scores and stuff. for funsies, right? For funsies. But I will not go through the story because I want to watch the story together with you, right? So that's a thing. That's a bit of a plan, right? My eyes cannot focus anymore. It's kind of funny every time I play this game. Every time I play this game, and then my eyes cannot focus anymore. You know the feeling where even if you squint, you see two words in one. It's like you're drunk, but I'm not drunk. It's kind of weird. Anyways, that's it for today. I'm going to take a bit of a break. So last night, funny thing, right? After I end the stream, I actually kind of went to a little bit of like I go lay down and close my eyes for a bit, and then after quite a bit after, my eyes fixed itself. I think it's because, you know what? I have no idea. I'm not even gonna pretend that I know what's going on. It's like my eyes cannot focus anymore, so it feels a little bit weird. I don't get it. Actually, let me scratch that. It's weird as fuck. It only happens when I play Rift of the Necrodancer. Never happened to me when I play any other games. So weird, right? Weird. Let me go. Playlist. Wait, is that no playlist? Shit. I thought I had the playlist. It's okay. Let me go find it real quick. Oh, okay. Volume 1. I love how there's like volume 1, meaning there's gonna be more in the future. Wow. I can listen to everything here, right? So we start from this one. Yeah. It's so weird though, right? It's so weird to me that Suzu's voice actor just changed. Because in the demo, Suzu sounds way cooler than this anime kid voice. So it's like, I feel like it's kind of a missed opportunity there. Unfortunate, really. I hate to say it, but it is what it is. I cannot really change anything about that. As much as I want the demo voice acting back, I don't think it's possible. Well, I can always play the demo so that I can listen to the Suzu voice, but I don't know. Oh, Merp is streaming. Of course, let's rate Merp. Oh, give me a second. I'm gonna try to look into something real quick. Real quick. Okay, that's fine. Alright. Let's rate into Merp. We're gonna rate into Merp because Merp is a cute kobold. Let's see, yeah, I don't think I'm missing anything here. Tomorrow, let's play some Monster Hunter Generations. But then again, I feel like I'm almost finished with the game, you know. Okay, you know what? Tomorrow, let's finish out the story of this game. Yeah, let's finish out the story of Rift of the Necrodancer. Then, maybe if we have extra time, I can play some Monster Hunter Generation Ultimate. Yeah. That's the plan. Although, to be honest, I don't know if I can finish the game tomorrow, to be honest. Because, like, I feel like the game is gonna amp up in difficulty. So it's probably gonna be like super mega difficult. I mean, it's already super mega difficult, but I feel like they can go harder than that. You know, with the zombie spams and shit. The zombies, I really don't enjoy the zombie rush and stuff like that. I don't like that. But we did it anyway, right? We beat a few music there, had some and some nice progression, I feel like. Yeah, very nice progression, right? And only like, I saw just now only like 4 or 5 stages left. Yeah, it should be fine. I mean, 4 or 5 stages, it should be fine, right? Should be fine. It's all good. I feel like tomorrow I should be able to finish it. I should be, right? So, that's the plan. Let me summon Bernie real quick. Hey, Bernie. Oh yeah, I forgot Bernie doesn't work anymore. I forgot to put Bernie in here. Right, the commands for Fireball, of course. I forgot. Well, no biggie actually. For the Fireball, I think I fixed most of the yeah, I already fixed most of the redeems and stuff. Most, right? So everything like had boop, scritch, spoil, everything should work now. Thank you, Nexus. And thanks for the pack too. Really appreciate it. Helps a lot. Like I look into the overlay settings and I saw a lot of things I can do connected to OBS, and now I can do the OBS source thing now as well, right? I can trigger source, I can transform the sources, fun stuff, right? I don't know why I did this, but I have this for some reason. It's so stupid. For 60 seconds you get to see a squished Kobo. Wow. Floating in midair. Wow. But yeah, I mean, I don't know how to like put it down. I might have to tinker this more. It's so stupid. I love it. Yeah. And then I was thinking of doing uppies, right? I already have like the general idea of what I want to do, right? I just need to find like a good paw pictures or like just hands in general, just like lift me up. Yeah, all good. Is it 60 seconds? Has it been 60 seconds yet? I don't know. Maybe. It's a good time to test out the redeems and shit. I mean, I already tested it. They should work properly. I'm glad to hear Fireball is working out for you. Thank you again, Nexus. You explaining the overlay stuff to me was very helpful. Thank you. Helps a lot. Thank you. It's okay. I'll do the Bernie thing. With commands, right? Let's see. Oh yeah, I can add custom command here. Yeah, I can add custom command. So if I type I don't need to add words anymore, I just need to add the preset list, right? I have all the preset effect here. I just need to add more. I think that way of doing it is much easier, I think, probably, maybe, I'm not too sure. Let's see, here. See, this is my method of doing it. The preset. Brah. If it works, it works, right? It's easier to manage all of these, right? When I see all these effects right here, I can sort of just like go here and like edit, so that I don't need to like tinker. I don't need to tinker the channel redeems too much. So it's nice. And I think after switching to Fireball, it's more friendly towards me, I feel like, because StreamerBot is too advanced to me. StreamerBot, it's like if you know scripts, right? If you know how to write scripts and make them work, I think StreamerBot is like so fucking strong actually. But because I have no knowledge on how scripts work, it doesn't really work out to me, unfortunately. But Firebot also have scripts, but the Firebot also have a lot of like a very self-explanatory kind of effect that I can use, right? So it should be fine. Yeah, it should be fine. I'll look more into the Firebot thing, right? Really appreciate it. Maybe I can even use the Firebot to, you know, like have the boop follow the 3D model. The 2D model is static, so it should be fine. The 3D model is not static, right? So if I can figure out how to like make it follow a certain point, that'll be nice, right? That'll be nice. Maybe I can figure that out. Maybe that one needs a script, question mark? I don't know. I'll look into it after. But for now, no Bernie for today because I messed up, I forgot. But still, I have a Discord channel. Like today, I was late. I was late for stream because I need to go to the clinic. I need to go to the clinic to take the medicine with my mama's medicine, right? To fix her shoulder stuff. So that's why I'm late. So Discord, right? If I got any delay stream or if I got any like no stream days and stuff like that, I would definitely announce it on Discord first 10. So there you go, right? And of course I have a dragon sipping corner. I post dragon pictures whenever I can, but recently I haven't been very hardworking on simping on dragons because I've been playing too much Pokemon trading card game on my phone. So I'm not exactly browsing Twitter and Blue Sky as much lately. But I have been playing Pokemon. And I shared some of my cards that I have, right? Like Garchomp or Saddle. Garchomp is great. I fucking love Garchomp. But yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Let's ask Mirk for puppies. Wild Stray. Oh shit, I forgot. Okay. Let me get the link. I almost forgot. It's still showing my Telegram, right? If it shows my Telegram, I'm dead. I'm banned immediately. Bye. The long... No, not this one. Wait. Did I not save the long? Oops. Me dum. Give me a second. I should just go search it then. Monster Hunter Wild Paletta. Launch trailer. 1 day ago? It should be this one, right? Could be one that's from the Monhan channel itself. I found it! I accidentally clicked on it and I got the right one. I'm the best. See? I'm the best. Oh, Revenge is so good though. Okay, let's watch the trailer together. 1080p. Damn, the game looks so good. It will never look that good in my PC. Oh, the ballerina Spooder. That's Rathalos, right? The weird thing, Ray Tao. Oh yeah, this is the flagship, isn't it? Yo, what is this tentacle fucking monster? Yo, who is this? This is cool as fuck. Oh my god, look at that head. I get a leak. Holy shit, that's cool.
What truly matters is that the great season of plenty has arrived, and we can share in it together.
I've selected you as a lead hunter for this expedition.
It's not much of a lead, but it's the best one we've got. You're gonna sit and cry or get up and help?
Yeah, let's do it!
My goal is to save as many lives as possible.
I had no idea just how big the world is. Hunter, what even is that thing? It's not like any Rathalos I've ever seen.
Yeah, why is this so different? What the fuck? Oh yes, proof of the hunter. Yes. Oh, they got it so close to like the classic edition of Proof of the Hunter. Oh my god, I'm gonna cry. Yes! Yes! Oh, look at it! I'm gonna cry. Oh, brother, I want to play this game right now. Fuck. Oh, fuck Kongalala though. Go Magala? Yo, hot as ever. Hell yeah. Flying Sacred or Gliding Sacred?
Good! Make use of the monster's attack to set it off!
Ooh, they have traps now? Not all like traps like that. Fucking Gravios is back as well, I can't believe it. The weird chicken. Hate the monkey. Weird jellyfish thingy. The Shagumas, right? And then the dumb bird. Yo! Sorry. The fuck? What is that? That was in my Lance arsenal?
I don't know which of us is worse.
Stand witness to how its existence unfolds.
Heartfelt is the flagship, okay. Oh, I cannot wait to destroy my PC with this game. Fuck. Oh man. Oh yes, of course, Mizu. You always love to see this, right? Lucky Chris never comes back. The death is like, fuck Lucky Chris, Mizu it is. Not that I'm complaining. Also, why is there already first free tunnel update? Gaydurg. Gaydurg. Mizu, you know, I'm not even gonna complain. Mizu is hot. Crossplay is on for the open beta test too. It's a commercial, but there's a tease inside. Oh, the sacred decorations? You can customize sacreds? Oh. I have both of these, so I'm pretty sure I got those. Okay. Okay. It's a commercial, but there's a tease inside this one. Ooh.
待ち受けるのは群れをなすモンスターに各地に君臨する生態系の頂点そして絶滅したはずの人の声レオナスモンスターに各地に君臨する生態系の頂点
Brother, this thing. Your email on screen? Oh shit. Get out. I mean, no one's gonna do anything with my email, right? I don't know. This thing looks so hot though. Jean Dahad? Damn.
そして絶滅したはずの白の声
白の声
全てがつながった止まらない狩りの熱狂が始まる経典同士の狩りが来るモンスターハンターワイルズいざ
Capcom.
多彩な命が息づく大自然待ち受けるの
What
は
teaser are you
レ
talking
オナス
about?
モンスターに各地に君臨する生態系の頂点 そして絶滅したはずの白の声へ今全てがつながった止まらない狩りの熱狂
Chicken?
が始まる
Who? Okay, why is Blanca Gonga here, huh? Hiya. Nyama Gijangho, one Kongala is not enough. You put in Blanca Long Blanca Konga also. Hiya. Fucking stupid. You put all the monkey back for what? Back chat 哦，真的是，哎呀。Later got Rajang again. I mean, it's like Rajang is fine in a way. Rajang is made to be fucking like annoying as fuck. But Rajang doesn't shit on you. I just hate Kongala, and Blanca Gonga is like the stalking. Blanca Gonga can just like go underground for like 10 years and not going up. It's like fucking stupid. Why? Tall pets? No. To cleanse my soul. To cleanse my soul from this fucking Blanca Kokaku and then the Kokaku Kalala. Alright? I hate them. Why are they back in the game? I don't understand.
狂天同士の狩りが来る
狩りが来る。
モンスターハンターワイルズいざ
いざ。Capcom. I mean, it is what it is, I guess, right? Oh. Trying to find one last little video for you. Please don't say they got okay, who else is the one that I hate? I mean, the three things that I hate the most, right? Konka la la la, Baka Kuka Kuka, and then Gravios. They are all back in wilds. Brother, god fucking damn it. Why? Three of the most hated monster is back. Well, me personally, I hate them. Again, I still don't know who likes Konka la 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 though, right? Who? I don't get. It's a monkey that literally shits on you, and throws shit at you, and shit at you again. That's Konka Bakalala, right? Why? It's a Reddit post. Apparently, normal rating can do Pink's Tatsumaki. Why is that a thing? It's okay. I can just perfect block everything. This is from a fourth trailer, the one from before the current one. Oh. I mean, hey, I think Radiant deserves a buff like this. Like base Radiant, not any like deviants or like subspecies. Just base Radiant. I feel like base Radiant is a little bit too weak from like so many Radiants that I fought before. Yes, she's annoying, but she's just so weak when I fight against Radiant most of the time. And I think Radiant being able to do this, great. Right, great. Like what? If no this, is Radiant gonna triple charge you again? And do the spin that is like the most seeable attack in the entire world? I think this is great for Radiant, right? It's not like you just go, you just go not in between the legs, just go at the side of the legs and go batshit, right? Go batshit insane, right? You just stay at the side of Radiant's leg, and then you can go batshit insane, and then you see oh, the spin incoming tail, wow, backstab. And then, yeah, that's it, right? Although sometimes when you want to do the big boy and then you get hit by the most obvious attack of all time, the tailspin, right? If you get hit by that, you deserve it. I deserve if I get hit by that, honestly. But this one, I think, yeah, it makes Radiant more interesting now, at least. I like it. It's great. I like it. Let's see if anyone complains. Ah, I'm glad I'm not the only one. Yeah, Radiant has been easy. Like, so... I mean, it's not like it's a bad fight. I like fighting Radiant, right? If I want to have like a bit of a... If I want to have a bit of a, you know, relaxing fight, I go fight Radiant. I go fight Radiant and be like... Right, that's what I do, and it feels good, feels good. But now when I fight Radiant, when I fight Radiant, I might have to like think a little bit more with my positioning, other than just like side at the side of the leg, and that's it, right? I like it. It's nice. It's pretty cool. Right? Thank you, Narix. I wonder what's the name of the special variants are called for Wilds. I mean, we have Risen for Rise, right? If going for that sense, Rise is Risen, Wilds is Wilder. Wilder Radiant. Wilder Rathalos. Wilding, maybe? Wilding Arkfeld. Because Rise is Risen, so I think maybe, you know, it's possible. Wilding. It was Apex, Frenzy, Tempered, Apex, Rampage, Afflicted, Anomaly. How about the Risen one? Apex is like the old one, right? Tempered is World, Apex Rampage, and then Apex Rampage is Rise. Afflicted is also Rise. Sunbreak, right? Sims of Rampage Apex, I suppose. Maybe. Shouldn't be too far, I guess. Maybe. I don't know. Okay, done. I don't know. I mean, if they're called Wilding Rathalos, I'm gonna laugh my ass off. Actually, I'm going to LMAO on the floor. SMH shake my head. Right? There's no way they're gonna be Wilding, right? No. I think I missed chat. Right? Oh, I shall go and get some food. Thanks for streaming. I missed it. Have a good food nexus. Didn't you play on stream once? I did. Not only once, I think multiple times. Was it last year? Last year they have like an open beta test as well, and I played it as well. That destroyed my PC. Fun. It's all good though. I don't think I'm missing anything. Yeah. So tomorrow I'll try to maybe, hopefully, finish out Rift of the Necrodancer story. And if I have more time after I finish the Rift of the Necrodancer story mode, then I'll play more Monster Hunter Generation Ultimate. Yeah. Generation Ultimate. Fun. Although I'm not gonna stream Wilds anymore for now because open beta is actually kind of sad for my PC. I'm sure you've seen the footage of my Monster Hunter Wilds beta test footage, right? You've seen those. It's so depressing. Now I cannot wait for the full game to come out and see if like the AMD FSR problem, right, for the upscaling, because I am forced to use the native AA, right? What I want is like ultra performance mode. Let me play the game without wearing my glasses so that I can play the game at 30 FPS. I'm not asking for much. 30 FPS is what I want, right? So hopefully we'll see once the game releases, and I'm pretty sure. I mean, I don't know if it's going to be like a lot of the buggy mess. I hope not, right? I certainly hope not. Like Capcom's like a AAA, like huge company, so it should be fine. Yeah, well, we'll see, right? Once the game comes out, and I'm gonna definitely try the game out. Well, by try the game out, I mean I'm gonna sink another 2,000 hours in Monster Hunter Wilds in the future. My body is all ready. That trailer makes me feel like I want to play the game so much. Anyway, I already plugged my coffee and my Discord. I already copied this one, I believe. Yep. Rate message. And now I just need to type in the rate to map. There, I type in the rate. There, more Rift to Necker Desert tomorrow. At least now, I cannot focus, but I can see a little bit better now. I don't need to squint at everything. So anyway, before the rain, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you so much. And also know that you guys are all heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Kobo loves y'all, right? And here comes the raid to yeah. Thanks, Saribot. Wow. Kinda cute that Saribot does that. I like it. I'll look more into the Firebot thing. Definitely, right? It's a lot easier to use than Streamerbot. 100%. Because I'm not good at technical, like, scripts and stuff. I don't know. It's hard. Anyway, I'm gonna press the right now button. I'm gonna go get food real quick. I'm getting tired. I kind of want to like lie down for a bit. So, yeah. Take care, everyone. Kobo loves y'all. Mwah. Bye bye. Take care. See you tomorrow.